Hello, 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 and welcome back to some good old programming. Hope everyone's had a good day so far. Hope everyone's having a good one. I'm just sorting out some things. I was chatting with some people and partly lost track of time, admittedly. But yeah, I hope everyone's having fun. I did something mildly stupid yesterday, but I had a lot of fun. But yeah, so I'll explain that in a moment, but I'm just getting the last bit of stuff working. Right. But yeah, no, so which one am I looking at? This one. There we go. So while stuff boots up, let's show off some of the stuff that I got. Shall I? Okay. Man. Okay, there we go. Hey, Muffin, how's it going? So, I need to share my silly stuff. Once I sort some stuff out. Where is my camera? There we are. Turn that on while I have programming stuff sort out in the background. I brought another precon. Yell at me if you will. And this one I got to play a little bit yesterday, and it was very fun. I have not sleeved it because I just don't have the money for sleeves at the moment, but this is the Commander Precon for Gonti, this one. And this is one of those precons that, like, I have eyed this for so long and just not gotten it because, like, my rationale is a lot of the time I play with friends online. And this is not the kind of deck that you want to play with friends online. However, because now that's kind of not true, most of the games I play, vast majority of the games I play, are in person, and a good fair few of them aren't even to do with their tournament stuff, so it's just casual games with friends. I thought I would play my Gonti deck, but get the Gonti finally. So what this fella does is he's a thief deck, and I am really enjoying him so far. I got to play him once, I lost, but I got to play him and was really good. Enjoyed it. It's still in the cycle of needing to be shuffled more, just because I'm pretty sure there's still quite a bit of, like, land clumping. Yeah, so there's a bit of land clumping there. But yeah, that's one of those, it'll get there, Just needs to be shuffled a little bit more. And at some point I will probably sleeve them, especially knowing that I also put my Gix in here. It's the only card I've added so far. Which... yeah. That card's gonna be a very good card in here. And it's an it's a slightly expensive one, so I should probably put a little bit of effort in and treat it nicely. But also... I am now further along with the Gugari deck that we theory crafted up last week, including the main centerpiece. Yagdra, the kitty. $40 card, man. Why has cardboard got to be so expensive? But yes, we've got Yagdra in here. One other change I decided to make, since I was going to be removing the Gix, I decided to grab up this card here, which apparently is basically one of the best commanders out there. Especially for elves, which is Lathril, Blade of the Elves. Menace, has whenever it deals combat damage to a player, create that many 1/1 elf warrior creature tokens, and tap 10, tap this and tap 10 untapped elves. Each opponent loses 10 life and I gain 10 life. That is going to be just part of the 99. I am keeping this as a Yagdra deck, because it's funnier that way. But that is going to be for the elf ball in the middle of it. It also means, and I will say this very plainly, eventually I do want to turn this into a squirrel ball in there and not an elf ball, which means that I can make an elf deck coming out of it, right? Which will be kind of good. I also got one other card for the Cellular one. Squirrel Ball? Yes. But the problem is that for something like a Squirrel Ball to work, I will need the Bloomburrow Commander precons to come out again. Looked through new cards and Magic the Bloomburrow sure is funny. Bloomburrow is one of the coolest expansions they've ever done, according to a lot of people. And I gotta say, coming into it, Bloomburrow looks like some of the most fun to me. There was a card that's very cute, but I don't know if I can make it a commander because it doesn't seem to have any noteworthy synergy. Maybell. Maybell, it, Craigflame. Maybell. Let's see, other mice you control, enters, legendary. Oh no, this is, I've seen it. It's, one of the people, that works at the local card shop actually has a Maybell deck. It's red and white, so you have access to white auras. But no, and there's a lot of like cool attack synergies and stuff like that you can do with it. Yeah, no, this is, I've seen this as a commander. I mean, like, you're saying it doesn't stand out. It has vigilance, trample, and haste. Are you trying to tell me vigilance, trample, and haste aren't good? Because, like, I can very quickly tell you otherwise. But yeah, no, one of the local people there. But yeah, it's, because you have to go with it as, like, mice. I mean, not incredible synergy there, but, like, you can do some stuff. It's just, it's a deck that if you want to make some cute, fun things, seems more than reasonable, and I'm sure there's a way to make it, like, very strong. But also, one thing I will say is that person that I'm talking about, they don't make decks with the intention of being strong, they make decks for the intention of doing something and having fun with it. And they made it because it's a cute little guy. That's genuinely it. I had a plan for today, and I'm trying to do my best to remember it. Okay. While I kind of warm my brain up a bit more, because I do have a couple of things I know I'm going to be doing today, but it should be a pretty linear process for it. I'm going to do some design work for the other game that I'm working on, because I have been getting a little bit more progress going along with them. So give me a moment to pull up the doc for that. I can't remember. Can I dark mode Google Docs? Because I'm pretty sure you lot are going to complain if it's white mode again. Or light mode. Because this is what it's going to look like. Yeah, good old flashbang. How do I change that? Oh, it's a plugin? Alright, give me a sec. Oh, that makes it better. We'll go with that for now. Alright, so what I was going to work on a little bit in here, while I remember, so something I've been playing around with a little bit with the idea of this, in some of my written notes, and just like while I'm sitting on the bus. Yes, when I'm sitting on the bus, I do a lot of like thinking about some of my development projects and ideas and all that. One of the ones that I'm kind of thinking about is how, so again, this game, the reason I started really working on it and making it is because Hearthstone Duels went away. So I kind of always wanted to do a card game, but then I never really came up with a good idea of how I wanted to approach it. But then Hearthstone Duels shot up in popularity and I was enjoying it. And then they announced its departure. And I really loved Hearthstone Duels. I thought it was a cool thing. It was really fun to watch content from it, but also from a balance perspective, there was nightmares involved with it. So I wanted to try and make a game kind of like it, but not. So one of the key things that I'm starting to pick out from it is the fact that at the beginning of a Duels run, so to explain Hearthstone Duels to anyone that might not know, it was basically a PvP mode where you would, at the beginning, select from a list of, I think it was like 8 characters or 6 characters. And then when you select them, you have 3 hero power options, and then you would have 6 treasures that you could select. Now, all of this actually matters quite a bit in the grand scheme of things, because what happens is these hero powers could determine how you played. Very, very different things. Most of the time, it was like 1 or 2 would be pickable per character, which was kind of a bit of a problem, but hey. And then each of these treasures sometimes would actually determine what class you were, or meant that you could multi-class in some cases, if I recall. So it was pretty cool for that, and that's kind of where a lot of the foundation for how I want to do the characters has come in. Where, as you see here, like, there is a character and then there are sub-choices for them, which is kind of like the hero power choices. So that's why, like, I've put so much effort into making sure I have a lot of different ideas for it all. Oh god, no, I'm not doing that. A lot of people like that. I do not like that. I do not like seeing white text on black thing. That hurts my eyes more long term. Alright. But yeah, so that's the idea with a lot of these. So, again, that is why you're not going to actually have all of these characters in the list. That's why it matters so much to have so many of them and have so much variety within them. I want them to kind of give you a general idea of what they're going to do by what their class is, but past that, it's not really going to guarantee that if you see, like, Cook, you're not going to go, well, I'm going to be this. As an example, Baker, spend 1 mana to discover a temporary copy of a card from your deck, so it's kind of like card draw, but not. And then Chef, spend 1 mana to return a card from your hand to your deck, and then draw 1 card and gain 1 health. Means that you're cycling, so means that you can kind of potentially tutor out some stuff, but there's also heal synergy there. So, ironically enough, Baker becomes probably a bit more aggro, whereas Chef becomes more control. But I believe both of it was, like, very heavily about playing cards. Let's see. When you would play a card, give a benefit to the next card played. Played spell gives the next creature played +1/+1. Played creature, the next spell you cast cost 1 less. Yeah. So it's like, that one's supposed to be kind of an interesting tempo sort of thing that's going on. And then with Life of the Party, it is when you would draw cards, draw 1 more. Try and benefit that sort of play as well. So it's like, while there is a general style of feel, and often with these you're seeing like there's probably one shared element outside of like Idol, for example, but like almost all the time there's fairly consistently one shared thing. So yeah. By the way, if you're wondering, this is what I actually have as like a design doc. I think I've talked about this. This is what I've got as a creative design document, or a CDD. It's kind of the GDD, basically, which we've talked about a lot in the past. And it's just, you can see that this one's very organic, because we've gotten a lot of these things here that go through, come up with ideas, and then I've come to kind of this narrowing down point where I'm like squeezing the lemon out now, and I'm clearing out the pulp. That's what we're at this stage. Then, like, once I've done that, then I can actually make the juice. Like, add the ingredients put together and actually make the lemon juice. The lemonade. But yeah, like, one of the things I added recently was the idea of traps and boons, because I like the idea of alternate ways of playing and winning, potentially. So, a trap, this is poorly described here, but basically think of it kind of like in Legends of Runeterra's system, where it's like, it's a effect that is like attached onto a card, and multiple can be attached onto cards. That will activate when said card is drawn. However, the difference is that some of these effects are going to be ones that affect the board, some that affect the opponent, and some that affect the card themselves, or the cards in hand. So, an example could be, there's one that I had in mind, which is, this increases the cost of this card. Oh, excuse me. Ugh. which I thought that would be kind of funny because it means that you could potentially try and make a build where you shuffle so many of those traps into the enemy's deck that they never can play any of their cards. Actually, I should probably make an artifact for this, right? There we go. But yeah, so here's an example of just like me writing out what the run/play pattern would kind of look like, which is very much based off of Hearthstone's PvE content, which I feel like is the correct kind of channel to take something like this in, especially with the way I kind of want to do it. There's also going to be some singleton cards that I'll add in and stuff like that. We can... Realistically, I could try and start learning some of Godot today. Do I have Godot installed? Give me a second. I'm just going to hide primary screen. I think I might. No, it doesn't look like I do. Okay. I mean, I could probably install it quickly. Yeah, I'm just gonna download the latest version. Give it a second. Right, that's the EX zip. God. What an interesting way to have that packaged. Sadly enough, I'm not going to be showing this process because this is a very obvious and simple process for most, and simply put, I don't want to potentially risk showing information that's a little more sensitive than I would be willing to show while this installs. Oh, wow, this is... Wow, okay. Wait. Those are just launches, not install engines? Or did it just install it instantly? Alright, create new project. I might as well show some of this at least. Show me going through this process. Okay. Oops. Yeah, I'm fine with the location. What should we call you? What is these? Renderer, Forward Plus, Mobile, or Compatibility. Supports desktop platforms only. Which is not kind of what I want. Supports desktop plus mobile. Less scalable for complex scenes, that's kind of fine. Less advanced 3D graphics, that's more than fine. Supports desktop and web platforms. No, I think we do mobile data. Version control, metadata, and Git. Yep, that sounds correct. Okay. Because yes, if I'm making this, I am going to make it with the intention that it can be used as a mobile game. I think that's the correct choice. Because card games on mobile platforms always work out really well. Alright, well, create and edit. Okay. Let's see how this goes. Alright. Oh god, this reminds me a lot of Unity all of a sudden. Okay. Alright. 2D script. Assets library. Node history. Interesting. Using Godot. I'm testing Godot right now, but normally we're working in Game Maker. This is for the other project that it's not what I'm supposed to be streaming at the moment. But I was curious, so I just quickly downloaded it to have a look at it. But yeah, the main game, which is what the streams are supposed to be on right now, is in Game Maker. So should probably make a new thumbnail at some point so I can be able to use whatever thing freely. Because currently, I believe the thumbnail on YouTube is for Game Maker. So inherently it's only GDScript, but I believe I can get plugins for Again, probably a thing I should be doing later, because I'm gonna probably have to set up a bunch of stuff. We'll leave that for another time. Alright, my brain is probably woken up enough that I can work on stuff for this. So, as Two key things I need to work on today. Two key things to work on. How am I gonna approach this? I mean, I could work on a couple of other things. Wouldn't be the end of the book. Alright, I do need to work on this. I could work on this right now. We do have the assets to do most of this. Nah, we'll work on the boss. So the boss is the thing that we're going to be working on today. The last one of the current batch of things, which means that it should be pretty nice and linear to work on things moving forward, because I don't have to concern myself as much with making sure I've ticked those boxes, but it does mean that I'm probably not going to get Boyd's in before I ship the next update, so keep that in mind. That enemy pathing is going to objectively be a shite by comparison of what it should be. We do need to check a couple of things with bosses at some point as well, but we are going to be working on Shadow Monster. Because if I recall correctly, yep, its two abilities are not yet implemented at all. Not even basic versions of them. So all right. So how am I going to need to do this functionality? So I'm going to need ID, and I'm going to need... That's it, really. Cool. Um... Oh shit, just hit the fucking phone. Alright. Now this needs to be a... This is the time, right? So it would be... 0.5 times bracket 1 plus I. And then blah, blah. And I think this one I need to put in ID for, right? Because it's... Let's see. It's unit type, then arguments array? Yep. There we go. Let's do ID minus 50. Okay. Actually, why not just do this? Now, I can't remember. I believe circles can deal damage in the damage zones system, right? Yeah. Circles can deal damage. come back to that at some point. What is it called again? Damage zone parent. There we go. So how did I do it on map shrines? So it's the minus y, but it's plus the height. Or plus whatever is necessary for the height. Cool. So type is 0. Duration equals... What am I gonna do for duration? $60 or 60 frames. So 1 second. Radius equals 50 and damage is going to equal 100. Okay. And how am I going to tell it when it's done? I mean, I'm just gonna do the lazy answer, because we might as well. Okay, I'm going to need to yoink some code, though, for this. And then the time... do quick maths. Malith, do quick math. 6. So 0.5... Oh my god. how am I not, like, clicking easily? That should be 3 seconds, right? Yeah, 3 seconds. There's a lot more visual that I need to make to this. One of the things I probably will plan on doing is making a particle that will, like, shoot out of it, arc up, and then come down to those locations, because we do actually have the code for that. We have set up an arc code. But point is that this might as well be how we handle this for now. Okay. Alright. God, I am struggling to, like... Oh. My eyes are not focusing well today. Oh well. Right, Oh yeah, I thought I'd talk about this very quickly and briefly. But yeah, so Miku has now been released in Fortnite. And as I promised, I will play Fortnite now, I guess. I'll try and set up the time for it next week. The problem is that, like, this is really awkward timing because a lot of things are coming out or, like, lining up at the moment, so it's just really awkward on my budget. Which is why I probably should not have gotten the thing. Is what it is. Okay, spawn objects, they have collision with the player to drag and stop the player movement. Drag should have a 1 second delay, and then the drag should take 0.5 seconds to finish. I'm gonna probably have to make unique objects for this specific case. Aren't I? Yeah. So, I'm gonna have to create objects. Add create event. Guess we got the Amazon package for more parts. Hell yeah. Gonna do some more with that that little doohickey thing that you've been showing off, Roger. Bigger screen and touch now. Ooh. Spicy times. How do I want to approach this? I'm gonna call it the odor. God, this is gonna be one of those, like, situations that there's a lot of good answers for. I'm not gonna think of any of them right now. Collision, player, player. Is it G_B game pause played it? Cool. Alright. God. Turns the player's movement. What is it? There's a script for freezing the player in place. What is the fucking thing for that? Player movement, that's it. Player movement, disabled, false. So... it needs to be set to true first. I think this is one of those times where this is probably actually just correct to do not here. Like, I feel like this is one of those times where we actually go to the player and do it from the player. I don't like that. Because I can't just, like, I can't just, move and disable here. Because if I do that, when does it get unchecked? I'm gonna have to probably write in a conditional here of, actually, what I could do. Do this, and then I have a thing at the end where it disables dragging to unlock the play. And then I'm going to need pushback script. I don't know why it automatically does that stuff. How do I do this part? Is it this code that I'm gonna want for it? Ah. This is a hard choice. Accidentally got double the resolution I meant to buy. Guess I'm upscaling. Well done. I mean, it's not a bad thing per se, but you know, is what it is. Also, Roger, you missed it earlier. I downloaded fucking Godot, and I'm probably gonna set up some stuff for that. Maybe next week. We'll see how it goes. I have 1 megabyte for RAM. Yeah, that is going to be interesting, admittedly. The new one will doom me? Yeah, I'm sure it'll be fine. You're only gonna have to... Yeah, honestly, I don't think you've got any good answers. Have fun with it. Okay, I'm gonna read this, and I'm gonna read this on stream so people know what I'm reading, because this is something that's just so stupid to me, but I thought I should actually see the last bit of it, because I just swear. It's not a challenge if I don't have arbitrary limits placed on the parts Yeah, exactly. So, if anyone's wondering, so there's recent quotation marks controversy with pirate software where basically a thing was going sideways, he was told to run, he was and people died in a hardcore situation because of it. And people got really aggressive and shitty about it, and things went super fucking sideways, and then people basically used this as an opportunity to shit on him for whatever reason. And then, like, the stuff with Asmongold as well, which I honestly just don't give a shit, because it was a very interesting discussion because of it. But hey, absolutely stupid situation, but apparently this is him basically saying, I'm washing my hands of this after the, washing his hands of this after this post, so I'm gonna have a little read of this. So, to start, here is the response about the Dire Mall run. From my perspective, I didn't feel I could have saved anyone else with the resources I had left, even with Mana Gem and Robe cooldowns. Since the call to run was made, I followed the call and got out as quickly as possible. In every other instance where shit has hit the fan, the shot caller has specifically had called specific targets we locked in, and nobody died. If you call run, then everything after that is a shit show. Yamno pinned the entire thing on me despite everyone making mistakes, and this rapidly spiraled into attacks both on and offline. Yeah. The next few days was just tens of thousands of messages berating me, sending death threats, doxing, and all kinds of shit. This happens on Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, Steam, Reddit, Discord, and over VoIP, initiated phone calls, all at the same time. Here are a few examples of just inside of WoW to give you some understanding. I have read a couple of them, and as per usual, my stance on what the fuck is wrong with you to think you can send a death threat and that's okay. You do realize that is something that you could get yourself reported to the police for. It's not okay, it's never acceptable. Don't be a bigot. Don't commit to bigotry. Just don't be like that. So what do you think of the situation? So what do you do in the situation? You start reporting it and banning people. We took the 10,000 plus attack accounts and reported them up for the organized hate raids that it is. It disrupted our broadcast on all platforms for the last 3 days and prevented our community from doing anything. That's a hate raid no matter how you slice it, and it needs to be reported. We also set up automation to shut down the first message, last message, shit-stirring posts, which worked on mostly positive effect. Despite all of this, I kept running with the guild and kept doing dungeons with people. Got my UBRS key, had runs that were fun, and had some clutch moments as well. Then during the UBRS run, another creator in the group shit-talked me the entire run and spoke many times about wanting to start a fight with me over voice for content. I was pissed about this and said bluntly to the community that I would be reporting anyone that does things like this, not just anyone covering the situation, anyone specifically targeting me to make content out of it by directly disrupting our broadcast. The idea that you shouldn't fight back or anything to defend yourself is absurd. Absolutely do something about shit like this. You defend yourself and report that kind of behavior. Doesn't matter what size of creator you are, that doesn't belong on any of these platforms. This was posted as a content guild, which is meant we were crafting stories and narratives around our characters and achievements, not content at any cost, which this clearly has become. For those in the guild that reached out to me after this, thank you. It was fun running together, and maybe we will again one day in a different game. So, to kind of touch on that, and I'm not wanting to, again, I don't want to content farm this. I think this is fucking stupid. But I do kind of want to, point at this for stuff that we've talked about external to this in the past. Which is that, it's a game. People get overly invested, and it sucks. Because it's super parasocial, it's super fucking weird. But also, mistakes were made. And you know what pissed me off the most? Is that everyone's basically saying he could have just apologized and these things would have been over. He did apologize. He apologized a couple of times. He said everyone fucked up. I'm not excluded from that statement. There were mistakes made by everyone involved. Now, admittedly, he could have made a bit more of a clearer apology. I could agree with that argument. But to trying to drag him through the mud and have your communities be so fucking foul and toxic to anyone, regardless of anything, is unacceptable. Even when someone like Asmongold said something pretty horrendous, I didn't think that was acceptable to drag him through the mud. I just was worried what would happen to platforms because of it. Right? And that's the important thing to take away from this, is it's look, a person could be an asshole, a person could be all that, but at the end of the day, don't be like this. And I feel really stink for it, because, now you look at it and you go, and all that's come of this is now he's going to have even more of a sour thought towards World of Warcraft and a lot of those content creators. Realistically, there's a lot of bridges that probably just got burnt from this event. And I don't know if that was really what they wanted to do here. And look, Asmongold's picked up his fucking, his act since everything went sideways. He has done his best to try and improve himself. I've seen that, so go with him. He's a lot more willing to talk on the positive things now, which is really good. I know that probably, yeah, I don't like talking on drama stuff like this, because I feel like I'm just doing it because it's oh, I want attention or all that. No. I'm talking on this because I've talked about this before on, Why the fuck are, like, developers, writers, and content creators, anyone ever, getting threats like this? People, seriously. You have to realize that these threats, if you made them in pretty much any other context, you would be in jail. And you're doing this here because you think you're safe. That's not true. There is more than enough stuff out there that, like, you can be put into jail for just threatening violence like that via message. Especially if they believe there is actual warrantable evidence that you might do it. Because then it would be premeditated and then they will take action. So, like, I'm gonna be honest, Thor's actually being very generous for not reporting it to higher authorities like the police. Because there's a fair few people on that list that probably could be reported quite easily to the police and it would ruin the rest of their lives. But instead, they're probably just gonna, most of them, get slaps on the wrist, maybe some bans, so on and so forth. I'm also gonna be honest, this is pretty much going to kill, like, the OnlyFans stuff, and it's just gonna add more toxicity to that environment, and tell people that it's okay to be this toxic. So, if Thor washes his hands of it now, all the better. Regardless of if he was right or wrong in the situation. This is the important thing to keep in mind. So what are the arguments I need for this? Moving on, because I'm done with that. And this is speed. Okay, Okay, oh god, I need to remember how I need to write this out. Okay, so here is our coordinates. So I need to get the X and the Y of these spots, basically. So I need for greater than, so this is the positive trend here. This is the negative trend. point. So I need the greater than of this X. So this would be -5 again. Man, I'm in sad mood now because of talking about that stuff. It always makes me really sad to talk about that stuff because it's just like everyone's gonna be talking about it. Everyone's gonna have their own opinions and everything, but like. It just sucks, because it shouldn't be a situation, right? Me sad too? Yeah. How about I show something funny? So, the other day on stream we talked about a deck idea. That was really stupid. And it was basically about like forcing people not to play Magic the Gathering. But like specifically with spells, right? It's like you're not allowed to play spells. So what if I like actually went and made that deck? Say hello to I Hate Magic. So, originally, the idea was to use... I'm trying to even remember his name. This dude, as the commander. Ruakthar the Unbowed. Which is Vigilance, Reach, attacks each combat if able, and whenever a player casts a non-creature spell, this deals 6 damage to that player. Right? I thought this was absolutely hysterical. So I went, and originally, yeah, the idea of the deck was to have this as the commander. The more I worked on it, though, the more I realized there was a couple of cards that also add to that, like Painful Quandary. And I also remembered this commander here, Yurlok. I thought, why not go the extra step and entice them to try and cast their bullshit, but kill them for it? How this fella works here is a Vigilance, and then a player losing unspent mana causes that player to lose that much life. Then, you can, for 1 mana, tap this creature to add black, red, and green. So it means that you're giving more mana. And in fact, we have a couple of things in here. I'm trying to even remember. Like Nyx Bloom here, that's like, here, get more mana. And then there's also other ones that give everyone that effect. So everyone gets more mana. Which is awesome. Right? Everyone gets to do more things, except that they need to be careful with their mana, and if they try and do more things, then they might just die. The best part as well is that there was one card, and I own this card because it's funny, because it came in the Commander precon that the first one I got, which I was like, this one also works. So this is whenever an opponent casts a spell, so this isn't actually just instant sorcery and everything else. This does include creatures, sadly. I have to work with it. This deals damage equal to that spell's mana value to any target. So everyone's going to get a lot of mana and not be able to cast things, eventually. And I've got a lot of, like, mana dorks, by the way. Like, this deck is as many mana dorks as I kinda could get with a bunch of big, burly bullshit. As an example, we have 2 Atalis in here, because I thought, well, it might as fucking well, right? Including the one that was recommended one time for a commander, just because of some of the other stuff in here. I think this will be really funny, because it's just, yeah. But yes, more mana dorks, more bullshit, more mana dorks, more bullshit. Fuck artifacts as well, by the way. Really wanted to make sure I did that. Also, fun little fact, you can realize, I only have 2 artifacts. Neither of those fucking artifacts are Soul Ring. Because of why would I want Soul Ring? I don't want anything on the board. Also, another point to be called out, no instants in the deck, and only 2 sorceries, both of which are just finishes, because I probably should end the game at some point. Another key thing to also giggle about in this deck, while we have 34 lands, almost all of them are basic. In fact, I'm actually tempted to remove Commander Tower. Or Command Tower. Now you might ask, why? Why would I not want them? Why would I not want non-standard, non-basic things? Well, that's because there's a really funny card that really fucks it. Me saying I don't like the magic part of the magic game. Exactly. But yeah, have any of you heard of a card called Blood Moon? Say hello to Blood Moon. Blood Moon says, go fuck yourself unless you are playing a red deck. Blood Mooners, non-basic lands are mountains. Now, what does this mean? Well, this means that, if they had anything at all that wasn't a basic land, it's a fucking mountain. And it's not in addition, it is. So everything of most people are gonna get turned into to mountains, and I love it. And the gathering part of Magic, exactly. But yeah, so there's also Cinder Vines, which is another one that deals damage when people cast non-creature spells. But that's only opponents, that one. There is also some other bullshit, where it's like whenever an opponent casts a spell, reveal top card of your library. If it's a creature, put it onto the battlefield. I dare you to cast Monstrous Vortex. Whenever you cast a creature spell with power 5 or greater, discover X, where X is equal to that spell value. Yeah, we're really going hard with this. And then Stranglehold. Opponents can't search libraries, and opponents who would begin an extra turn skip that turn instead. I think this is just a bad deck, and I think it's really funny. But yes, Thorn of Amethyst and Staff of Domination are the only artifacts that I own in this deck. Thorn of Amethyst, the more taxation, because non-creature spells cost 1 more to play. Because fuck you, why not? And then Staff of Domination is a way of, if I don't have something that blocks me being able to play artifact stuff or do artifact stuff, it means that I can use that mana, the excessive amount of mana that I'm generating. Because again, there are some in here that aren't just me that get the benefit of mana taps. I'm trying to remember some off the top of my head, but there's some that are just like everyone generates from it. But then you get this one here, which is a perfect example as well of why I'm like only running 8 cards that are permanents that aren't creatures. When Bane of Progress enters the battlefield, destroy all artifacts and enchantments. Put a 1/1 counter on Bane of Progress for each permanent destroyed this way. I'm here to wipe the board. A nice enchantment deck you had there. I'ma fix that. I have a lot of things also that mean I can play from top of the deck, which kind of is like soft card draw. Thought it would be a wise idea. Then I've got more bullshit where I can just attack people in the face. Think of it kind of like that argument I make with that one like anime manga series that I love, which is Bastard Teacher. I can't remember the full thing for it. But basically, it's a magic series where the main character's power is that he can activate a zone around him where no one can activate magic anymore. And it's like, in a world of mages, that's really damning. But they're like, okay, well, I'll just kick his ass. He's trained for almost all forms of one-on-one or just physical martial combat. Why? Because if I'ma bring you down to my level, I'ma beat you with experience. So that's the idea of why the Quake Mall's in here. More artifact, enchantment, and land destruction this time with this fella. Because why not? But yeah, like there's a lot of just mana giving, mana using, mana bullshit. I kind of love the idea of this deck. It seems really stupid. I probably should honestly add more like ways of spending my bullshit as well, but we'll see. But yes, a lot of mana dorks, which is very funny. But yeah, like here you go. You can't cast non-creature spells. I can't. Everyone else still can, but I can't. I'm not here to cast things that aren't creatures. And whenever you tap a land, get one more mana that is produced. So keep in mind, so this is 55 creature deck. I really should put in some like big in-game X based cards that are creatures, because I'm sure there's one or two that could be good finishes. All I can think of off the top of my head are Hydras, sadly, but we'll see. Because like I do need some outlets for excess mana generation, so I don't just kill myself with my commander. But this was something that I just tossed together in like half an hour once I'd come home from a walk. And I was like, haha, I want to do something funny. Again, I sorely want to stress, I do not think this deck is very good. I think this deck needs a lot of work to like really bring it up to the level it should be at. But I think it's very funny of an idea. Where it's Migo face, fuck you and your magic. Migo face. There we go. Players who made full spell decks to try and play against this. Yeah. No, it's like you try and play a storm deck and you just cry. And again, that's the idea of that deck. Is it's just to be like very funny or the dumbest thing. By the way, while I was at the store yesterday, because like I mentioned, I went to the store yesterday and I did the naughty, but I totally am not going to potentially regret that decision. But like, I did play 2 games while I was there, and holy shit, the second game was such a good game. The fact that the game ended with nobody above 10 HP. Like, for the last couple of turns. There was one person that just, they had to focus me down, otherwise they just couldn't play the game. At one point. But like, one of the players was constantly goading my stuff, and the fact is my commander was in just guaranteed lethal range for everyone except for, no, everyone actually. I think I almost got up to, I think it was sitting at like a 14 or 15 damage commander. Which, I'm not gonna lie, really loved playing that deck, and you know what the funniest part about that is? That's the bloody Surveil deck. You know, the one that I basically ripped apart and slapped together quickly and said, oh, this deck's gonna be terrible? Yeah, holy shit, that deck is so fucking nice! The tempo on it is gorgeous! Oh my god, it was like able to consistently be able to pump up the commander, be able to consistently get me surveil effects. It actually felt so fucking nice to use because it felt like I could constantly keep things going. Ironically enough, I missed a bunch of triggers and I probably would have won had I not lost those triggers. Genuinely. There was also there's a couple of cards that I can think of that I could possibly toss into that deck to make it just that little bit better. In fact, one of the cards that I would almost want to put in there is like the Ozolith, right? Because like the amount of counters I was generating was insane. So yeah, I honestly, the Mirako deck ended up being a lot better than I thought it would be. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of want to just do like a little bit of tweaks to it, and I think it will actually be a phenomenal deck. And it felt really nice because, like, being able to consistently tutor out what I want with Surveil, felt really good. And the only things I can think of is that that deck needs a little bit more graveyard recursion, which I think I yoinked a bunch of it out of it, is the problem. I might look around at some stuff and see if there's any answers I have to maybe adding some of that recursion back. I don't know. Actually, give me a sec. Let me think about it, because like one of the things I fucked up with is there's a card in it that I didn't play early enough, and I really should have. Which was, it was this eye that means that whenever something is put into the graveyard from Surveil, I can play it that turn. Yeah, so that's where my reanimates are at the moment. Reanimate and Rise of the Dark Realms is in that Golgari deck. I don't think I take them out of there is the problem. But like, I kinda want those also in there. And Reanimate's not exactly a cheap card. For what it, well, it's kinda not that bad. Let's have a little look-see. So, let's see, Rise on. None there at the moment, anyway. And then... no reanimates either. But yeah, like, normally reanimates an $11 card, yeah. Because this is the one that I have available to me. In the Golgari deck. Honestly, could be argued to come out of the Golgari deck. Because, like, while it's good at sacking, something I've learnt now a little bit better while playing that Surveil deck is, like, I'm gonna be real with you, Chief. You don't need to be pulling that much shite back out to, like, really generate that value. Especially with this deck, now that we've got, like, a little bit more of an elf ball going, yeah, probably don't need to worry as much. I do kind of think I need to get another Sir Conrad, though. Or Sire Conrad. Because that, honestly, would do me quite well. It's a nice, big, potent card. I wonder if one of those are it thing. Because I do think that's really good in that sack in the Golgari sack deck, but it would also be incredible in my my other one, right? Because like the Golgari deck is almost done. It's like not even, I think it's like 25 bucks worth of cards on Hobby Master is all that's remaining. Let's restart that. So I was looking for is it a copy there? That's bad. I wonder if there's happens to be one at Hobby Master. Can have a look. For 450? Yeesh. This is why I don't look at it via this. I always look at it via this stuff, because this makes it easier to see. Yeah, it's just the 450 version. Is that worth it? Not really. Yeah, it's not hugely worth it. It's probably, let's see. Because how does he read again? Whenever another creature dies or a creature card is put into a graveyard from anywhere other than the battlefield, or a creature card leaves your graveyard, Sir Conrad the Grim deals 1 damage to each opponent. That is a really good card in that deck, though. That is super nice. It's because it's also got 1 and a black for each player mills a card. To be fair, there's the... which one is it? There's actually a couple of cards in here that were kind of like the questionable cards as well. That, like, would be significantly better in the other one. And I probably should just transfer them back. One of them was a vampire, and I can't remember... Twilight Prophet, that one. Which is, flying, ascend, so city blessing bullshit. At the beginning of your upkeep, if you have the city blessing, reveal the top card of your library. To put in your hand. Each opponent loses X life, and you gain X life, where X is that card value. So that sounds really nice in that one. So I might keep that in mind to possibly transfer back if I find some better elves. Right? Like, I think that's something to kind of keep in mind with that. God damn it, devil. God damn it. I just look over at my phone, saw a couple of emails, I'm like, wait a minute, what are those? Thank you. Thank you very much. Got a paycheck yesterday. Oh yeah, it's because you started a new job, right? In the new year? I think if I'm recalling that correctly. How's it been treating you? I don't think I've asked properly since you've like kind of talked about it. Warehouse worker again, essentially. Back to the things I love. Nice. I mean, it's always important to have, enjoy what you're doing, right? To be fair, I have one friend that's, like, quite high up in the scope of, like, software and security overseas. And he basically job hops, like, every year. Which is really wild to me, that he's like that high up and he's just like, nah, I don't like this job, I'm gonna move on. And it's like, look, okay, I get not liking the job, but like, bunny hopping that often doesn't look good. I think I've known him for like 4 years and he's had like 3-4 different jobs. And he's had to move for a lot of them as well. So, like, a lot of it. So it's just really wild to me that that's a decision that can be made by someone. I had a job for 2.5 years, then switched to a high paying job for like 4 months, and now I'm back to the same, just somewhere else. I mean, like, that's the thing, right, is, high paying job doesn't mean better job. That's something that I've definitely learned myself from a couple of things. I've switched jobs a couple of times in my life to what I would consider better, and it just never worked out. There's a reason why I went to study, because I was just kind of like fed up with certain things being the case. And I kind of wanted to give myself like some more breathing room and learn some new things, see if I could do something else. Especially knowing a good chunk of my life I was told I'd never accomplish something, or I would never, like... I'm not even kidding, there was one of my jobs, genuinely, when I suggested the idea I might go to uni at a later stage, they just turned around and said, "You never succeed at university." And here I am, like... First degree I did, I came out with a 5.0 GPA, which is kind of the above average area. So I was, like, I kind of basically came out of that and said, yeah, you suck it. Admittedly, with the second degree, it's kicked my ass a fair bit, but it's also because of just external problems that I'm just not going back to it. Which makes me a little sad, but is what it is, right? I'm just doing something on my phone, give me a moment. Felt like I just switched because 8-hour office job, and then went back to home, kept working for another few hours. Worst 4 months of your life, but I just started watching you at the time. Yeah, I mean, like, that's the thing, right, is at the end of the day, that's the issue that I do see with a lot of that, is, I mean, I remember, how many bloody times now? How many times I would just, like, yeah, I would come home from work after a supposed normal amount of hours, where it's just like 7-8 hours a day, like, cool, alright, go home and end up having to do another 5 hours of work or something like that, right? Like 4 or 5 hours. And you're like, cool, I hate this. And then what's worse is something goes wrong and you get called in and you basically don't go home for like 2 weeks. Which... yeah. Scary thing. Scary, scary thing. But I'm glad that I've been here to help you through some of that horrendous time. Because, like I said, I do understand that. You know what that reminds me of? Is there was a time where I actually went and worked at a rest home. Sorry, I'm tabbing out again. Just there we go. All right. I worked at a rest home for a little while. Not very long, admittedly, but I was a kitchen hand there. And the problem was it wasn't a kitchen hand job. It was a care staff role, basically. I would go around and do the teas and coffees and everything like that, and I was barely in the kitchen. And the only times I was in the kitchen was to do dishes. I couldn't actually assist the chef, at all, which was sucked because they basically got overworked as well. So one time, one of the peoples there caught shingles, or like had shingles out a thing. And I was informed by the nurse there at the time, because I had never actually had chickenpox. I was informed, no, this is not contagious, you are fine. So fun fact, shingles is one of the more contagious variants of, chickenpox. Yeah, it's basically, it's the same virus, just comes back at a later stage in your life through, just the DNA reactivating it for some reason. So for like a couple of weeks, I just started feeling worse and worse, and I just didn't realize it. I felt flushed all the time, and I just felt like I couldn't keep up with work, and I'm like, okay, well clearly I'm just not able to keep up with this job. And then I basically left, so I could go, I was about to go on a trip, and then I was gonna hand in my resignation. So I just basically never came back. And then I got chickenpox. And I couldn't go on my trip. And keep in mind, I was in my 20s, I think? Something like that. Yeah. Which basically, there's a threshold where once you hit 20 and onwards, chickenpox becomes hugely life-threatening. Not shingles, chickenpox. I believe shingles is less dangerous at that stage. But chickenpox is actively dangerous because it lowers your body's immune system and functionality so low that any medical problems you have that might appear when you're in your like 50s and 70s and onwards turn up then. That was basically what was explained to me. I'm not going to say that that's 100% the case, but pure and simply, I had a lot of heart issues. I had a lot of, we'd just seen my grandfather had strokes and stuff like that. We had evidence of basically anything and everything that could go wrong in my medical history, and my doctor basically looked at me and with like the most fucking sad eyes you could actually get out of it, they're just like, I hope you make it through this. I did. I did not do well for it though. It really fucked me up, but then proceeded to things kind of were fine by the end of it. I do still have scars all over me from the event, just because surprisingly enough, it's really hard as an adult to not deal with it. Like, there was a portion of time I was considering shaving my head because my hair was heavy enough to cause the spots or like underneath the hairline to just be aggravatingly painful. I think I had a shower like once or twice during that entire time because I was being very cautious with a lot of things. And like, holy shit, it was one of the most painful experiences. It was a horrendous time. Happened 30 years ago. Alright, well, you know, if that was true, then I've already beaten all of the markers that I was given by my doctors for how long I'd last. Speaking of, I actually mentioned to some of my friends, I probably should contact my doctor soon because my heart is starting to do the weird wacky stuff a little bit more frequently at the moment, which is not good. Yeah. Because if the frequency starts going up too much, then it's basically, yeah. Spicy times. 'Cause I had, oh god. You ever wake up to a heart attack? Not fun. I was very little. My parents took me to a doctor because my entire skin is yellow orange and I look sick. Woo! It's never good. Turns out they were feeding you way too much carrot juice. Oh no! They thought you had jaundice at first. That's actually so fucking funny for all the wrong reasons. Oh, and I know that they would have been panicking something fierce and just hating themselves afterwards. Oh, that's actually so funny. Oh no. Oh, that's kind of great. Oh, that's kind of great, I'm not gonna lie. They're laughing about it now, but man, oh yeah, no, like, that's that thing, right? It's like, that's one of those things you'll look back at because it's like been however many decades, and it's like, nah, that's funny as hell. But like, at the time, genuine, I can say with utmost certainty, there was definitely like panic attacks and shit. Like, there was emotional turmoil, there was crying, there was also fucking shit going all over the... Shit on the wall, shit on the ceiling, like, it would have been a horrendous time. But now it's funny, because time has passed, and we can laugh at things like that. Because we grow. This is why you shouldn't have shit hit the fan, it goes on the ceiling and the walls. And sometimes a little bit in your mouth, and that's just not, that's not okay. Move that over here. Alright, there we go. Okay, so... var tire equals random 359. Now I need to do some math. Oh, I hate doing this. Okay, and then oops, that's not what I wanted. Ugh. There we go. Math is hard for everyone. Math is really fucking annoying sometimes. Dude, I'm a developer. I'm supposed to be good at math. Why is this not catching? It's catching it, but it's not catching it. That's weird. Scoping must be a bit strange. It'll be fine. Okay, and then with there we go. Look at him typing all those magic words. It's honestly, that's one of those fun things of like, this just seems so boring and standard to me. These like this stuff, and it's very easily like, oh well, that's what that does. I know that that's not the case for everyone. As always, it's the same as any language, right? It's funny. I know a language you don't. Ha ha. I mean, it's not hard to learn this though. It's syntax. Syntax is the hardest part of it, which is ironically enough the hardest part of most languages, right? Right. Yeah. How you doing, Frank? I don't think I catch you on the server all that often, right? I think our time zones don't often, like, perfectly line up. Is that an elaborate, D's nuts joke, devil? I hated learning any kind of language. That's fair. Language is one of those things where it's essential to learn certain aspects of it, but the rest of the time you don't really need to learn a lot. Depends on the context, right? You loser. Ah, I see. Speaking of devil, I don't think it's the one that I've posted yet, right? But one of the shorts coming up you'll probably have a good chuckle at. Because, yeah, no, we've got the shorts moving. We've got them going. Progress is being made on editing that stuff and having that all ready. We've got all the shorts for this week done. And then I've got to do the editing for next week's ones at some point. Should be fine. I have been watching. Yeah. Nice. But yeah, there's one of them in particular that you'll see the title of, and I'm sure you'll figure out very quickly what it's about. They're going great. Hell yeah. Hyping up the shorts. Dude, I'm actually kind of happy with them because I felt like... Even though I'm not a huge fan of doing editing, the simplicity of some of them are just kind of fun. And like, one of the big things I want to do with them all is ensure that they're all like fairly positive. One of them is like not really positive, but it's just a mechanics thing, and I thought it was funny to show. Which that one's the Odin fight that I had on Final Fantasy. That fight I thought I would make a short out of just because of like how fucking intense that got by the end of it and just my relief. which was really hard to trim that down to show the fight, but also show that relief moment. Because, like, I genuinely was, like, recovering for, like, 5 minutes or something. Trim that down into a minute. Actually, no, you can do, like, 3-minute long shorts now, can't you? Or something? I think some channels have access to that. Two shorts of me about gay man mouths a woman. Yes, that's right. The first two that I did, which I think like that was a good testing ground for it all. Also, fun fact, so I've said this before, what, my TikTok brain can't handle more than 17.5 seconds attention span. That's about right. But no, like, so... Fuck, my brain. I'm losing track of thought. Ah, well, it's fine. No, that's right. So I've talked about it before with how YouTube Shorts do a lot of positivity to the channel, because it gives a lot of momentum towards it. So we've released 5 shorts, right? What if I told you I've now had more growth than I had from like the entire, on YouTube specifically, than the entire marathon? From just having 5 shorts produced. So if you ever wanted proof on how much that shit impacts, it's very notable. YouTube Shorts are not to be underestimated if you want growth on your channel. Speaking of, we're actually getting quite far along now, because like the numbers are getting quite nice for a lot of things. If I pull up my studio thing, I can show. Let's see, analytics. So you can see that, like, since the shorts have been going, there's been more spikes. Obviously, Magic was a huge spike, but, like, generally, the trend has been even more positive. I've looked at it more in depth. But the fact that, like, these two here, while they're short, so they're going to inherently get higher viewership ratings, are immediately a lot higher on the list. But also, we're actually almost there with the first milestone. Realized that we started before the marathon. This was at like 2,100, I think. So we've managed to like really push up those numbers. So I'm actually really happy with that. Progress is being made. Which means I probably need to actually start thinking about making some emotes for this thing. Because I believe that's something that I can give you as perks for the membership thing. Right? Should be fun. Now let's see. I think it shows here. There we go. So these are the 2 that are scheduled at the moment. I won't play them. Drop some subs, but climbing back up. Yeah, I think what happened was that there was probably like a bunch of bot accounts at one stage and they've just been cleared out, and now we're actually back to natural growth again. E10. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, devil. That's the one I told you about. You'd know from the name. Look forward to that one. Silly times. Eat the milk. God damn it. Drag speed is gonna equal. I'm just gonna put it at 7 for the moment. It's gonna be nice and quick. And then, there we go. Gonna send that to your friend to brag. Hell yeah. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. Very funny. Again, I want to aim for like highlights primarily with the shorts. I think that's the goal of it all, is to just try and stick to doing highlights and funny little bits and like that. But doing some like little mildly educational things from time to time as well. To just... Because I'm gonna be honest, that's what I like about with, say, Thor's shorts that he does. Where it's... I think he's talked about it before, he alternates between doing a funny haha and then like a life experience or an interesting one, or a mind-breaky sort of one. So it's like, it's alternating, so you never get that same sort of thing. It keeps things a bit more fresh, and it means that you're, like, if you're doom scrolling through pirate software shorts, it does you better. Yes. There we go. But I do need to put in the array for... type. There we go. Oh, you know what I did play a little bit of this morning before stream is Star Rail, right? Which is normal, but the new update's out and it's looking cool. I'm not gonna lie. Still had no luck getting my E1 for Firefly though, which made me very upset. So I guess I'm gonna have to just use the carryover for Feifei, because she is apparently already having a fucking rerun. So I can get her E2. And then I might see if I can get like another upgrade to her Lycone as well, because she is going to be my main character that I focus around most of the time. I also didn't get any of Fuge, which is kind of a little sad, but you know, I said to myself I wouldn't be that broken up by it. Alright, so this needs to be 1.4. And then this needs to be nothing, and this needs to be it'll work. Okay, let's go to the O player. I think that in the step event I have a thing for spawning them, right? Yeah, this one. That actually should be the boss at the moment. Yeah. So with the drag player thing, I do need to give these an asset for now. But I just give it this for the moment. Tease something that I shouldn't. That's a good question. Is that... Yeah, it's lined up wrong. This is gonna look weird. There. You didn't see shit. I left my kitchen window open. Now I had to throw a stray cat out of your house. Dude, I had like not that long ago, the window was open in our bathroom. I heard a noise, went to check it out. A fucking cat had jumped in through the bathroom window and had just run everywhere, and I had to clean it all up afterwards because it had like mud on its paws. That was a fucking time. It's like, come on, cats. This is a strange location. Did you not hear the saying about curiosity and cats? It's not exactly a good mix. So yeah. Got your shrimp. Oh. Oh, and I got to the sausage. God damn it. That is really sucky when that shit happens, man. I love, by the way, that when my computer lags and I have the bot, my chat stuff break a little bit, it'll just send every message 3 times. Feeding him already. And his friends. Yeah. Yeah. Greedy little shitbags, I swear. Okay. Let's play... Who do we want to play to test out the boss? Let's play Juniper's, because then we can play with the fact that she's got the new basic model. And he's the fastest one of the bunch here. God. Okay, press B. Interesting. There's a lot of problems going on there. The abomination model? I mean, the model's still around, it's just not in the game. We haven't finished it, is the short answer. So this is the debug version. Steak, not bears. So something about steak can be resolved there. This one. You're working on or something? Yeah, it's something we might work on either later once we've got this done or just another time. Never works on assets off stream. Alright. Yeah, I never work off stream. Why would I ever do any work off stream? That would be yeah, that sounds like a great idea. Boy. Maybe I should do that more. Yeah, I love going to bed like 3 hours after I normally would. 3-4 hours. It's great. God, I'm gonna have to get so much done. Because like, there's so many little things I've been working on as well off the side. I'm just gonna have to put a few of them shelved for now, just to speed stuff up. Because I think next week we aim to have the update out, right? I said I might have it out this week, but I think it's gonna probably be next week we get the update out for the current stuff. And then I might take one of those days to do something else. As if you have considered sleeping. To be fair, I need to make sure I maintain some sleep. But yeah, no, I have fucked my sleep quite a lot recently to do more work. Dude, the more work I can get done, the more stuff gets done, man. Sorry about that. I had to fix something. But yeah, no, more work gets done, the more work that gets done. It's just common economics, right? It's equivalent exchange. Just not getting paid much for some of the work that I'm doing, which is fine, but yeah. Clearly what I need to do is I need to up my game and start, like, doing furry porn. And, like, that's how I'm gonna make the real money. I'm pretty confident I could. I've drawn porn before. Been a fair few years, though. Sure, I could probably improve on my anatomy logic and knowledge, and do it again. Today I got up, ate breakfast, turned on PC, fell asleep in front of PC for 3 hours. Dude, I cannot fall asleep in front of my computer easily anymore. And it's like both a blessing and a curse. Because like there's some days where I'm just working and I'm like, I don't want to bother getting up and going to bed for like a quick 15-minute nap. So I'll grab like one of the pillows over on the beanbag in the corner, and I'll just like sit that on the desk and sit my head there. I get like maybe a little bit of rest out of it, but nowhere near as much as if I go like actually rest properly. Because I just don't actually have the ability to sleep at that point. It's not fun when you're not horizontal. Wait. I've said worse. Okay, So that should have resolved that issue by having that time sourcing there. I think that's changed that. Dude, my beard is getting so fucking thick at the moment. It's kind of funny. Is that not doing damage? So much is going wrong here. Okay, let's try doing this. Actually, I can probably leave the Y scale out. Just make it very obvious by being thick. I think I need to remove the randomness of the direction and try and grab the player's direction. Because otherwise I just don't think it's going to be worth it. Hello. Skip event for boss. One of the abilities, 484. I see. Yep. So what are the two different attacks again? There is a projectile, it doesn't have a speed value. I can't remember what it uses. Wow, do attack here and it's the wrong kind of here, for God's sakes. I'm an incredibly skilled programmer and writer of things. Firing... I know. Then it's gonna fire right? Yep, okay. Okay, so that looked cool as hell. Which means I kind of nailed that. I'm happy with that. That's this one. I'm gonna give it a larger radius to attack out of, though. But that was cool as shit. Okay, so direction's not gonna be random. Instead, it's, this. There we go. So now it should be targeting us a little bit more aggressively with that. There we go. So that should clean up that stuff. I'm missing damage on the other one, though. That's easy enough to add, because I believe that because it's circle, we can just add damage very easily and quickly. So now I'll fire in the right direction. I didn't see it. Firing opposite direction. I can honestly do more repetitions of that. Okay, so I got this the wrong way around, I think. Shouldn't I be able to just do that? And then here, damage equals other dot damage. It's feeling a little too fast. We'll see how that goes. Okay. Let's try that out a little bit more. I don't know what's going on with the other one, though. Because that just feels like it's not getting the information correctly. Okay, now that's firing in the right direction. That's not dealing damage, though. Is the projectile dealing damage? It is. Okay. Alright. I'm gonna have to change the number here. We're just gonna make this 101, and we're gonna make this every 5 seconds. So we get this on a fairly frequent basis so we can see what's wrong with it. We'll also go fix the other one in a sec. Oh. Because clearly I wrote something wrong there. Where are you? There you are. It's the wrong one that I've given it guarantee for. Whoops. This is the drag, yeah. Okay, so what is the mistake that I've made on the tag? So this is the damage zone. So what is difference about that one than this one? Damage equals 100. Damage equals other damage. No, that's the, yeah, no, that's the wrong one. It's this one. There we go. I'm gonna head to bed, have fun, see an old man. All good, fang. Catch you later. Have good sleep. Why is this damage not coming through? Do you think I'm a toxic person? In my experience of you, no? I would not call you that. I will say, I'm probably not always the right person for that, but hey. I am living Soul Factory. Ask my team in Marvel Rivals. Oh god, true. You do play Marvel Rivals. I think that does actually automatically put you in the toxic category. My bad. I forgot. To be fair, I also play, well, technically it's TFT, but I do technically play a league game, so therefore I have to be also toxic, right? That's the rule. I just realized what I've done wrong. I will fix it. Okay. so that worked somewhat. I used to play League of Friends. We had 4 people, so every time we got a teammate, we all just shout in the chat. See, that says so much about it, because, like, in the recent years, the friend group that I have, whenever we play like that, we shit on each other, and we're the nicest person to that last person. Even if we're not actually like that in the call. I remember one time when we were playing, like, Dead by Daylight, all of us are survivors, and we're just, like, super nice to the killer. Meanwhile, we're all just like, yeah, no, focus this person, they're an asshole. And one time I said that they'd locked me in the basement. They didn't let me eat for a week. They locked me in the basement. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to make a toggle for this instead of doing the code here, because otherwise this is just never gonna work. We're leading the killer straight to you. They are actually coordinating better to get me killed than how to win the game. That's the best kind of friends, though, let's be real. If your friends aren't trying to get you killed, are they even really your friends? Actually, I want to look something up quickly. Okay, I'll do it that way. I do have a bunch of different step points, so alright. Step, begin step. but this isn't gonna work because it's gonna leave it locked. Yeah, I either need to make more latches for how to check for movement disabling, or I need to rethink how I'm approaching this. Because simply put, this isn't gonna work. Hmm. Reboot does not look like it's rotating around me correctly. Yeah, it's locked my movement again. Okay. Yeah, no, this is just not working. Fuck. I have to... I'm gonna have to write an entirely new disable code for it. Aren't I? Yeah. Okay. Collision event's not guaranteed to... There's gonna be a chase code. Let's see how this looks. It's chase code though. Okay, I need to fix that other issue as well before this gets impossible to test. Does this come as a... Yeah, this should come as what I want it to, right? Oh, na, na, na. Sorry, I'm getting mildly like weird and just making noises at this point. Trying to be slightly harmonic. Ugh. Stretch. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Yeah, so they're coming from fucking 0, 0 for some reason. Okay, I'm gonna catch the debug messages on this one. That's what I think I need to do. Oh. This seems a little strange. I know it was threatening being out of scope earlier, but I don't think it was. It's not threatening it now, so I think it's fine. So the coordinates look correct. Why are they coming from the top left then? Because this is inconsistently this different coordinate. Yeah, like it's inconsistent, so therefore the new coordinates are getting put through. So X and Y are different each time, yet it seems to be appearing at the same sort of location. And I am hitting the correct object because otherwise it wouldn't be resetting its state. Because it's based off object, the ID. Unless... for some reason that was happening. That may have been the issue, but that wouldn't explain why it still comes back to the boss. Made a quick clip for your viewing pleasure. Alright, I'll have a squizzy after we've tested this quick change on Discord. Yeah. I'm so confused out of this though. so that's wrong. Because alright, let's have a little look-see at this clip. Discord. Discord behave. Give me a moment. There we go.
Sound borderline normal. Chat, no one will know that I'm actually a furry. I know. We are almost back into full strength.
That's about right for Fillion, I'll be honest. That's about right for Fillion. I expect both nothing less and nothing more. Heard that she's working with the copyright of her model. That'd be nice to hear if it goes well, because, so I still stand by, I've said this before, please read the fine print. Like, if you're gonna do something, read the fine print to avoid situations like what happened with Fillion. Because that was a situation that is, to my understanding, was made transparent. Alright? But, like, I believe they've been in talks for ages, and I think the stance pretty much of the original creator was, I'm not changing my copyright just for one person. Which I more or less agree with. I do think there should be room for potentially her buying a license to said rights. I would like to see something maybe like that. But she is using a model that she didn't, like, commission or anything like that. She altered the colors of a baseline model. Yeah, no, it's still not working correctly. But yeah, like, it's a difficult one, because, like, I want to support Fillion, but also, dear God, that was one of those situations where actions were taken before thoughts were, like, considerations were like, put into mind. Oh my God, I'm an idiot. Yeah, no wonder it's fucked. Alright, give me a moment. Can- I was joking before, but you wrote it down. I do get it now. Yeah, no, it's one of those things of like, oh my god. I don't know why my brain didn't think about, like, those numbers being way too small. Oh god, my computer is dying something fierce every time I boot this up, though. But yes, no, to explain to those that might not have understood, basically what I had done was I had done all of the calculations necessary to get the coordinate changes for the new location of the thing. So where it should be in relation to where the thing that's casting it is. Thing is, I never told it where it's casting, the thing that was casting it is sitting. Therefore, it would never actually put them in the right locations. Now it does. Okay, so now this is when I introduce the rest of the changes that need to be made. So, delay is coming off of the 3 seconds to 1 second again. I heard Game Maker compiling can get hefty. And I mess around with Raylib and Unity. So, Game Maker can get hefty at later stages, yeah. But like no more than, I mean, it's basically one of those things of it's more lightweight than Unity, but it's less lightweight than Godot, and that's because there are more things. It's a natural progression of game engines. Like, I expect Godot in about 5 years' time to probably have the same sort of load time. But also, my computer is dying because I am streaming, VTubing, and compiling all at the same time. Not good for it. Would not recommend. Let's see how this looks. Checking. spawn the boss. Okay, that's kind of fun, I'm gonna be honest. You can get out of it relatively easily. But if you don't, you do get dragged in. I think we repeat this more. Now that we've, like, seen what it looks like with 3, I think 3's not enough. Because that seems really cool. Even though most of it's all placeholdery and shite, but, you know, it's fine. Okay, I'm gonna make this a touch better at handling itself by making it slightly dynamic on how it checks itself. It means that you should never get truly dragged on top of it, I believe, but you should be dragged close. Also, good lord, yep, I'm getting a bit of control back. My anime powers are getting drained for the computer to run functionality. Ah! Alright. But yeah. Should be easy enough. Alright. Like, this seems like a fun boss, and especially if, like, the 5, claws don't make it too much. Again, should be very avoidable. Yeah, no, you can avoid those, because those aren't going to do damage, and I want to keep it that way, probably. They are going to the other side of it. I don't want that. Thought I'd made enough precautionary thing for it. Have I gotten that wrong? Let's try that. If it is greater than this minus the thing, so what's to the left? If it is greater than what's to the left, and it is less than what's to the right, so that puts the edges on the box, on the sides, and then the Y is greater than the negative, and less than the positive, which again does the same thing. Fire fighter person talking about carrying people out of burning buildings? No. Oh, it's because there's a delay on it. That's right. It's a 0.3 second delay. Probably just remove the delay at this point. Because the point of the dragging was to be as a safety net thing. So I'm gonna have to make the push power the drag speed of the other thing, because I think that's the only way to get it to drag faster. Would you be able to carry my husband out of the burning building? And the response was, if he got himself in that situation, that's on him. Far out. Okay, that's a wild one. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that, huh? Like, there's so many layers to that, and I feel like I'm missing too much context to truly be able to comment on that. It was about the DEI hires an emergency responders because, you know, better have a gay guy on the action rather than the guy who can do the job. Oh, is it something like that where it's, someone was hired not for skill but for ticking a box? Because I'm always against that. Yes, I 100% agree that all systems should function on a here is the bare minimum you need to accomplish, irregardless you need to accomplish this. Do I think, I will add to that though, do I think that systems should have stuff in place to help people be able to reach said milestones? Yes, yes I do. I do not believe there should be per se preferential treatment, but I do believe that, like, for example, there should be situations where, like a lower socioeconomic individual might get more resources allocated and enabling them to reach that same expectation, but still reaches the same expectation. Nothing less than that. That LA is on fire and the firefighters got defunded a while back. Yeah, I'm not envious of what's going on over there. It's really horrific. Irregardless of what any thoughts you have on the matter of like ecological expansion from humanity and how sometimes there is comeuppance. Sometimes these things are just more extreme and it's never okay to see lives in danger. But yeah, like, I've said this before, because I don't know if it's still the case, but there is a portion of time where our military had 2 different gradings to get into the forces. One was male, one was female. You had a benchmark you had to hit, and the male one was higher. I do not agree with that sort of assessment because, especially when it gets to, say, special forces requirements, if you cannot do the bare minimum, they are not going to give a flying fuck what gender you might have, what beliefs you might have, anything like that. At the end of the day, if it's something like military or services that are essential, who you are kind of doesn't really matter as long as you do the job. You do the job, you do it correctly, and you do it to the best of your ability. Prevented or minimalized, but it was heavily mismanaged. Yeah, there was a lot that went wrong, from what I could see. And I feel really, really bad for those that got affected by it. I mean, again, like I said, lives in danger is never acceptable. Straight up, gonna say that. Before anything else, like, gets put forward. That is the essential thing that needs to be considered moving forward with any of that conversation. And it's just, yeah, no, it sucks how much got poorly handled. The fact that, like, while there have been a couple of memes made, there's actually not been anywhere near as many memes made about the events as you would normally see. Because I think a lot of people have actually recognized how fucked up the situation is. Because it's actual normal human beings and lives at risk, which is not okay. And they called him stupid and crazy for it. Yeah, like, it's one of those things that I don't think there's any true winning answer in this situation as well, is the painful part. It's like, there was just so many little fuck-ups across the board in lots of different spots that just led to it cascading into a much grander issue than it should have been, realistically. However, I can say my neighbors across the ditch in Australia, when they had their, like, fires recent-ish. Well, I mean, like, they have regular fires, but they had some real bad ones in the last few years. And it sucks because there is actively pretty much nothing that can be done to prevent this occurring. It is a natural phenomenon, and it kind of needs to naturally occur for the ecosystem to cycle through. But, like, some of the preventative measures are not taken, and they should be. I know that, like, in certain areas, there's basically, like, specific stretches of ground that are designed and, like, done in a way that means that fire shouldn't catch and, carry. So it should keep towns and cities safe. So, yeah, I'm not liking how that's gone. It's sad to hear what's happened. I mean, seeing a video of seeing a car actually just melted in the street was something that was really put it into perspective for me. Saw the mayor's response to it. At first she was silent and ignored the press, and then released TikTok smiling like an anime titan jerking herself off to how good the city is. Good lord. That's... okay, that's sucky, if that's the case. With when the fire was bad in Australia years ago. Yeah, I do remember a little bit of that. I didn't reach too far over to where I was living at the time. But I do remember that, and it was fucking terrifying. It was never good. It's never a fun time with all of that. And again, it's always sucky. It's never a cool thing to see. Lives put in jeopardy and livelihoods also put in jeopardy as well. Okay. This should all be working now, by the way. In a fairly reasonable way. I'm very happy with how this turned out. This came out really fun. Outside of a couple of things, this boss is pretty much ready outside of assets, is the main thing. Yeah. Oh. Oh yeah, Matthew, I thought I mentioned to you, I played, in the shop yesterday, and I played that Surveil deck, and it ended up being really good. Like, it just had a really nice tempo to it, so I might need to tweak that up a little bit more at some point to actually bring it into, a slightly better power level, because I don't have much defense in that deck, is the problem. I lost my board to one big sweep, and then I kinda didn't have a easy rebuild afterwards. So I might need to see about doing something, around that. That good? Yeah. It was real fun to play as well. I think the one thing I know I'm gonna be missing is I actually probably need to get Rise of the Dark Realms back in there. But I don't really want to pull it out of the Golgari deck yet, until I've got maybe a little bit more of an elf ball that is less worried about the need for some recursion. Because, where is it? There was one card I did buy extra than some of the cards we were talking about, because I saw it kind of on the cheap side. I'll turn the camera on. That works with the elf ball a little bit more as well. So this is most of the cards now. I think I'm missing like a handful from Hobby Master and then the ones that I ordered from the Australian place. But it's... here we are. This fella. The Lathril Blade of the Elves. I thought that would be really good for the elf ball of this, because it means that when the day comes where I decide to finally transition this deck to what it was originally going to be, which was Squirrel Ball. It was going to be a squirrel deck with tokens for Yagdra so it could eat more. But I just... Bloomburrow precons were basically necessities for that to work, so I have to wait. It means that I also have that for if I want to make an elf deck, like separately. But yes, we have a good bit of the stuff now. I do think there's a couple of cards I'm very much reconsidering having in here, or wanting to try and find copies of so I can put them back into the Surveil deck. The Twilight Prophet's one of the big ones where I think I might just pull this out of this deck and put it in that one. Sir Conrad, I want to just get another copy because it's too good in this one to remove. And then, like I said, Rise of the Dark Realms and Reanimate sound really, really good to put it back into the Surveil deck. Specifically Rise of the Dark Realms. But it's hard, because like Rise of the Dark Realms is really nice into this deck. Because it does give me that, like, extra recursion. That recursion kinda do feel nice. Still trying to think what I gotta do for this one. Do you still want Night of Sweet Revenge? Oh hell yeah, that's gonna be really good into this. Because it's still very food based. Food token. I think that's honestly one of the, like, mini cards that even when I switch it to being, elf, from elves to squirrels, it's probably not going to go anywhere, because it's just a very good card for this style of playing it. But yeah, I'm trying to think what I might have for replacing at least Twilight Prophet at this point. Oh, I also should mention I was naughty and bought another precon. It's the theft one from Outlet. What's it called again? That one expansion with Salali as well. It's the Gonti deck. I played it and it's fairly fun, I'm not gonna lie. Because I got to play 2 games, one with the Saval one and one with that deck. Because I've always, I think I've mentioned this before, I've hesitated on theft decks before because a lot of the time I was playing with friends that were online and I don't want to play a thief deck into that because that's just another awful one. Thunder Junction, thank you. Thief decks online just feels really awful to play. However, now the ratio of games I play is far more in-person ones, so I feel like I could justify it then. Okay, is there anything I can think of that could go here? Oh! Also, got 2 cool cards yesterday, one of which is good old Blasphemous Edict. Which actually should go into this deck now that I think about it, because this is about sacrificing. Hang on a moment. I'm just going to put that there for a moment so I can remember to put that into this deck. I just clicked to that. Because yeah, I opened up a pack with a foil, Exsanguate, and Blasphemous Edict, and I'm like, hell fucking yes. I finally have a Blasphemous Edict now. Anything else I can think of potentially tossing in? So I might toss the Blasphemous Edict in over the Twilight Prophet for this one. Because while it's nice, it's just way better in the other one. Because I get to... Let's see. Beginning of upkeep. If I have the City Blessing reveal top card of the library and put it into my hand, each opponent loses X life and I gain X life, where X is the card mana value, the CMC. Alright, where is there it is. During the stream, if you pulled it together, I agree, would be good. Yeah, like, I just pulled it yesterday. Because I was like, haha, let's open up a pack, because it's funny. Proceeds to hit possibly one of the better cards for that deck. What do I pull out of this for you? I think I've got the list for the cards in this one. Still. There it is. Glad you have it now. Yeah, it's nice to have. It's one of those cards that's just like objectively a very good card because it's Blasphemous Act, but like for black, which is good. What do I want to pull out of these from this deck? Galarian Terror might not be a bad one, because that felt like a bit of a dead card, I'm gonna be honest. Yeah, more I'm looking, the more I'm thinking it's gonna be that. I mean, Light Shell Duo is good just because it's more Surveil. Which is better than what Talarian Terror offers, because it just means that I can potentially get a 5/5 down for 1 mana. But I don't have that many instants and sorceries that I'm consistently throwing away. This card saved my ass so hard too, Price of Fame. Yeah, the more I'm looking, the more I think it's gonna be that one card. Goodbye, Talarian Terror. Hello, Twilight Prophet, a significantly better card. Especially knowing it's a Surveil deck, so I pretty much guarantee know what the hell's on top of my deck. But yeah. I'm happy with that. Alright. Move some of this stuff around so I'm not clogging my own desk again. It's not gonna happen. It's always gonna be clogged. But yeah, I think I'm gonna tweak up the Mirako deck like just a little bit more so I can actually play it out, because I really liked how tempo orientated it was and like how nice that felt to play. Like consistently having good knowledge of what's on top of my deck so I can guarantee playing what I want to play next turn is just so valuable. There we go. I still love kind of being in this era where I'm doing my best to find the best answers that I have available to me for some of these cards. Because, like, obviously there's the eventuality that I'll probably have, like, enough cards to generate really good decks if I want to. But this part's fun, where it's like, do I have the optimal card? Fuck no. Do I have a card that can kind of work? Sure. And it's fun to try and, like, find what you can do with that sort of middle ground. But yeah, I gotta get the, I gotta get some sleeves for that Thief deck at some point. That'll probably be one of the next main things I put my money aside for. Bit sleeves and maybe a bit of deck box. Because the Goatee deck seems really fun, and I think I only need to tweak like 1 or 2 cards out of it. I mean, to be fair, I did rip the Gex out of that Yagdra deck and put it in that one, because like, how can I not have, how can I own Gix and not put it into a deck that's all about casting from opponent's exiles? It's just objectively a good card to add to a deck that's like really stupid fun. Okay. But yeah, I think outside of let me look at Hobby Master and see what cards I'm missing. Let's see. Nightblade, Clock, Frantic Search is for a different deck, Greta, Gandalf is for a different deck, Interest Restoration, Peregrine Took, I think Cultivators for this one, Abomination of Lanoware, Niv Mizzets for the other one, Sir Conrad for a replacement, and then Elvish Harbinger, and I think that's it. And then I'm there. I'm back. Got a third. Wait, how many decks does that leave me at? 1, 2, 3, 4 decks. That sounds fun as hell to have like enough. That's enough variety to, I think, keep me like sated for a good while. Sorry, I'm having a look at my own document stuff again. So now I'm thinking more about card games. So yeah, I think, unjokingly, I think next week I'm going to start working on this. I've talked about this game a lot, and I'll talk about it again now. We talked about it even earlier today. So, in the background for a long time, I've been designing a card game. Little tip, you might want to put your commander in a different color sleeve, just in case you shuffle it into your deck. I have been doing that. Non-jokingly, so while it's not hugely obvious with the Yagdra one, for example, but I have actually been doing that a little bit. Because there's the sleeves at the normal, at the store, that they hand out a few, like there's a few there for free. I always try and see if there's like one that's a different color, so, as example, which ones of these is Yagdra? This is the Yagdra deck. Right? Something that someone explained to me a couple of weeks back, and I've been like going, you know what? You've got a point, and now I've started doing it quite heavily. Might have actually been you, Matthew, at store, I can't remember. Because I think, actually, I think it was you, because I think I talked about how, like, Commander going back to hand and that discussion, where it's like you still need to be, you still need to tell them what card it is if, per se, that situation arose. Because I think that's what happened to me. My card got bounced to hand. I think that's what happened, because yeah, Stella Lee's got a blue one where the rest of the cards for her deck is purple. So I have been keeping that in mind. How far away am I finishing this? Of the cards that's also coming, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 cards. So that means it's an 89 deck at the moment. It's pretty cool. Can work off stream, I don't believe. Yeah, no, I'd never work off stream. Never would I do something like that. But yeah, so going back to this though, this is my attempt at making a whoop, camera's still up. There we go. This is my attempt at making a inspired by Hearthstone Duels and Slay the Spire game, I guess is the short answer. And yeah, just Hearthstone in general, but now it's gotten a lot of Magic the Gathering influence since I started playing that. The concept of exile, for example, is something that got added because of Magic. And some of the termings, so lifelink being the way to heal the player. So on and so forth. Because artifacts aren't artifacts like they are in Magic. Artifacts are kind of like those artifacts in Slay the Spire, right? I probably should add a concept like Vigilance, though, I wonder. Or just at least tapping, because I do like the idea of a card coming down and you activate an effect and it means it no longer can attack. So it becomes a choice thing there. As you can see though, cards very early on in the design process, trying to fill things out. So it's a lot of like very basic text. I wonder how this would go if we start working on this next week. Because I could probably just... The first thing that could be done is very visual gameplay. Shouldn't be hard. I'm guessing Russia is like charge or haste? Kind of, yeah. Russia, where have we got it? Russia, creatures with Russia can take action immediately when entering the battle. So, for example, Reckless Barbarian is just a 2 mana, 3/1, where it just comes down and can immediately, like, attack the opponent. So it's not... Again, values for, like, cost, roughly speaking, set at 0. Every mana adds +1 stat, but a 0 cost is a 1/1. Because I do believe that's a reasonable philosophy to take. But keywords also take some of the cost away. So mana can add either... Mana kind of adds +1/+1 actually, more than I think on that. So in a sense, this one probably should go down to being a 0/3 instead. By my logic that I just dictated. But I do like it as a 0/4 because it's just a very cheap thing to have. But like also your counters, for example, that was not something that was in before, it was just stat increase. But I thought counters was better because I actually do like the idea of proliferation that magic has. I think there's something that could be done with that. Especially with when I introducing something like the Witch's Clock here, which is like at the end of your turns, add a counter to this creature. When it hits 12 counters, heals you to full and shuffle your grave into the deck. Keeping in mind that the game is... That's something that's probably not going to proc unless you have something to, say, proliferate. I'm gonna be honest, because... How often do you think you're going to play more than a few hands? Like a few turns? Like, maybe versus a boss you're going to have that naturally trigger, but the rest of the time it's going to be a very shit card. And it's okay to have very shit cards like that. With big payoff. Oh god, yeah. Free for. I'm sure this is gonna have to go up in cost. So, adding that phrasing. I do think the costs are a little off at this point in certain spots. I think, like, again, Re4 is way too cheap at 3 mana for something that's basically going to cascade into winning. I think Emerald Mancer might be too expensive still. But it's the problem of not knowing how some of these cards are going to actually play out, and the cost values in certain locations might need to go up and down in accordance. I mean, like, Corpse Pile as well is a really weird example of one that I don't know what that's gonna have to... Something's probably gonna have to change about that, but I still don't know. Which is like, 2 mana, 1/7 defender. When this is sent to the grave, you lose 3 health. Means that there's a downside to it, but there's also a lot of cards that benefit from you losing health. Or architectures that work off that. I mean, is it the Bloodshard? Yeah, Bloodshard is an example, which is when you take... Okay, it's missing a word there. When you take damage from your cards, rewind it, and deal it to the enemy, a random enemy. So, in short, when you take damage from your own cards, throw out damage randomly instead. Which is something I've said, it'd be really funny to see this in Magic, because it would make some very bad decks very good, very quickly. There's a reason, though, I made it very particularly here, it's only your cards, because obviously it become a win condition. This is where I say, if I was in charge enough to make a card in Magic that would do this kind of effect, the rule would be it's only on your turn. Cards you play on your turn, or damage you take from cards you play on your turn is instead dealt to a target instead. which would be a very, very weird card. And it would have to be in black. There's no way it would be. But yeah, even the fire process. So I gotta get like probably a couple hundred cards prepped for this one. Maybe once per turn instead. If you wanted to make it not locked to turn, yeah, that would probably be the other approach you could take, and that would definitely mean you can't just gigaburst something down, and it would become a chip spell, but then it would immediately become not as relevant, and then you'd lower the cost of it, because it would probably be either a creature or an enchantment. Realistically, I don't see that being an artifact. Yeah, it's an interesting one. If it was an artifact, it would probably be once per turn, and you'd have ability to tap and deal, like, damage to yourself or something. I mean, if it's an artifact, it could go alongside the talismans, right? It wouldn't be too bad. But that's why I say, like, it's the idea of you'd probably design it with the intention that it gets played with, like, talismans and shock lands and stuff. But the problem is there's plenty of cards out there that you can just... like Toxic Deluge, example. Toxic Deluge, I take my entire health bar and use Toxic Deluge, and now I can nuke someone and nuke the board. It's very dangerous, and I think that's probably why that card, like that kind of card, hasn't been printed in Magic yet. Because there's too many key cards that can just, like, immediately turn it too good. And it would just not be a fun experience to play versus that. Especially knowing that, like I said, that's the kind of card that I can't see being outside of black or black-red. Rakdos, I think that's what that one's called. So I do not see how you would make that function with the fact that you are almost always going to have the cards that actually love the idea of you taking damage. Because it's arguably, if it's once per turn, it's less combo-y. I think that would be the important thing. That's why the wording is key, is if I say damage or loss life from an ability, Toxic would not work as I pay life. True. And it would immediately knock out a lot of effects from potentially triggering off of it. So yeah, if it's take damage, Toxic Deluge doesn't work, so does Feed the Swarm wouldn't work, which is good. Yeah, so that might actually bring it into balance. Making sure that it's not loss of life. Actually, ironically enough, if you make sure it's not... If it's loss of life, it has to be once per turn. At most. If it's take damage, there still probably has to be an easy limit. That's why I say, like, on turn. Only on your turn effect, maybe. Because then it would, because there's a couple of demons that do, like, damage on upkeep and stuff like that, right? The problem is, I think a few of them target opponents. It means that they would suck a little bit. Hey, there's a reason why I'm not on the Wizards design team. So I'm pretty sure I would come up with weird, wacky ideas that would take like multiple days to even consider if it should even be made or not. I'll make my own game with stupider shit. And the best part is, because it's PvE, I can get away with giving the player way stronger stuff. Because the funnier part is, and I stand by this, outside of a couple of situations, pretty much every card you see the opponent play, you can play. And every card you can play, they can play. Have fun with that idea. I think rights are probably going to be the only ones I probably don't give to the enemy because of the way the rights work. Yeah, so these ones there, because they're designed around longevity rewards. So they're kind of like Hearthstone's quests, the legendary quests. Except the difference is that they maintain their progress between each thing, and once a tier, yeah, so once a checkpoint is reached, it's locked permanently. Something does exist with Rowan Sign of War, but not the same. Rowan Sign of War. That one. Let's see. Menace. Spells you cast this turn are black and or that are black and or red cost X less to cast, where X is the amount of life you lost this turn. Activate only as a sorcery. Oh yeah, this character. Yeah, I've seen this. Yeah, so it'd probably go with a deck like this, right? So yeah, it would probably be Rakdos. If you were to do an enchantment for it. It got... the question is, would you lock it behind a creature or an enchantment? I feel like it's an enchantment kind of effect, but... I guess you also have to take into consideration what kind of lore are you tying it into, like what realm and everything. It's like, would it be something that you would consider Instrid, or do you consider it more on the like demon side? And admittedly, this is where I start like falling apart because I don't know the lore of Magic the Gathering all that well. But that's an aspect that would definitely have to be considered. Could you do it? Life lost this turn. I mean, the simple answer is you could easily add a creature that goes, at end of turn, deal X damage, where X is equal to the amount of life you lost this turn. I do not see that being a card that you couldn't print. I see that being very printable of a card. I can see something on Rakdos, the Demon Lord, not the color. Rakdos. I'm trying to even remember what the character's like. Is there actually just a Rakdos card, or is it one of those like only lore cards? Or lore characters? After image. There we go. Let's just have a look at what you kind of... you can't cast the spell unless an opponent lost life this turn. Creature spells you cast cost 1 less to cast for each 1 life your opponents have lost this turn. Oh, yeah, no, immediately I agree. It'd definitely be something that would function with that kind of mentality. Patron of Chaos. Oh, that definitely sounds right. Flying Trample. At the beginning of your end step, target opponent may sacrifice 2 non-token permanents. If they don't, you draw 2 cards. So yeah, that definitely would probably go alongside how I'm seeing some of that stuff. Because that's, yeah, so that's the dude with like Chaos Warp and shit, right? Bedevil, yeah, so it's those sorts of cards. Yeah. Right. So very much demon-y bullshittery. That makes sense. Each of the creature gets to you lose X life. Yeah, so there is easily a way to do something for it. Enters Revocant Domain is best described as bloody entertainment. Oh, yeah, no, so that does sound like kind of what you would do there. Which, then it feels like you'd probably make it kind of like... You'd probably make it an enchantment if you were to do something like that. Or a enchantment or a creature, and it would be something like a commentator or an arena of something of some kind of arena. Even though there might not be just guaranteed arenas, that would probably be the best way to have it. Just to play on that kind of idea of chaoticness, but with like some formality behind it. It's like, oh, we want to see fucking bloodshed and destruction, but let's do it a bit more fucking locked into this arena so we can add more chaos to the ring. That'd be a fun way of doing it. Maybe. Again, this is from someone that loosely understands the stuff I'm talking about. Wonder how I would do more rites. Because I would probably want to do a rite for each type, right? So I've done Dark and Holy. What would be a nature rite? More circus-like? Yeah, no, that makes sense. Yeah. So there you go. Got an idea for that. Wizards of the Coast, I swear, fucking hire me. I don't... No. I'd definitely not be, The amount of, like, research I would have to do to even, like, be worthwhile considering for design stuff like that is just not worth it. So much time and energy that has to go into it. There we go. Alright, gonna go now, got some work to do. It was a nice break though. Glad that I could offer a break. I will catch you tomorrow, I believe, right? Yeah. Trying to get my days remembered. And then maybe you'll see the Surveil deck and maybe fucking crush me still. No, it's always good to hear from you. Catch you later. Okay. What would the final reward of this? So, to explain maybe this Rite of Grove idea that I've got. So, rites in general, I've just explained, which were the progressions that maintain all the way through the run. So the idea is that it's maybe an overarching goal that you're working towards, or it's something you could speed through and use for the rest of your run. This one's probably going to be one of the like lowest end requirements realistically to get to the end of it. I probably need to raise its requirements just general. But the idea is it's like gain an emerald gem, gain an emerald gem. And emerald gems will give you +1 mana crystals. So it means that like at the beginning of a run, if you've completed stage 2, you start your first turn with 3 mana. That is a lot. That accelerates your game plan hugely. How about we go with this? There we go. So let's go with that idea. So what we'll have is that you get place 1 mana +1 mana, and now you have no maximum mana. So it technically itself doesn't give you a massive boon or benefit on the spot. However, it gives you the top end potential that is just beyond a reasonable amount. Especially knowing that green is going, nature, sorry. Yeah, green. Nature is going to have a lot of mana gain. Like, they're a lot about mana gain. So, in a sense, each rite is a great example of what that element has to offer. With Blood Rite being dark, so it's taking damage, drawing cards, healing, stuff like that. Reading. Yeah, reading is a fun thing. I mean, that's what you get with a design document. Creative design document at this point. So not a GDD, but a CDD. But it's important. It means that you can have, it's the stage of brainstorming and having fun with the game, I guess. But yeah, then you've got Rite of Blessing, which is the holy one, which is all about gaining health. I might change the first reward, but then the second one is you get an Archangel's Blessing, so it means that you get permanently, so it means you get this card here, which is cost 4. Target creature gains lifelink and a +1/+1 counter. And then the final one is you get Blessed Gift, which I think is, yeah, when you gain health, deal 1 damage to an opponent. Good to write stuff down instead of forgetting everything constantly. Yeah, that is definitely an aspect of it. I mean, like, this is... we did a little bit on the marathon streams, is we sat down and kind of like talked about what a GDD does and what it has to offer when you're doing game stuff. Is this a different game? This is a different game. This is a card game that I've been working on in the background. That's very kind of Slay the Spire, Hearthstone Duels kind of inspired. But it's definitely taken a lot of influence in recent time from Magic the Gathering since I've been playing Magic the Gathering. But the core concept of the game still stays the same. It's something that I've been working on in the background quite a bit, and I've talked about it a fair few times, and I'm probably gonna start actually working on next week, like properly, because I did just download Godot earlier today to start like getting an idea of what I'm potentially needing to do with it, to do the setup for it. I'm just gonna hide my screen so I can change one of my tabs, so I don't accidentally tab to it. Alright. But yeah, it's an idea for a game. That's all the main thing. So what I was just doing there is I was working on what's called a right card, which is basically legendary quests from Hearthstone. Specifically the staged ones, so Quest Line I believe is what they're called. But the difference is that because it's more like Hearthstone Duels and the Hearthstone PvE elements design, I designed it with the quest not being a reward for the game, but for the run, in a sense. So once you, the stages, like the progress maintains throughout the stages, or throughout the battles, but the rewards don't keep reoccurring, and once you finish it, it's gone. But the reward that you're going for is the whole reason, really, you're going after it. With the example being, yeah, Blood Riot, it's like, sure, you get draw 2 cards and restore 2 health as the first reward. That means you're only get a benefit from that one, but healing does maintain. Take 2 damage, get lifelink, deal 1 damage to all enemies, so you can heal up potentially quite a bit from that quickly, or board clear. And then take 20 damage, you get a Blood Shard artifact, which is a permanent benefit you'll get. That's when you take damage from your cards, rewind it, and deal it to a random enemy. Which, clearly, your deck is already wanting to deal damage to yourself. That means I'm giving you a huge reward for that, which is kind of what the dark elements are trying to do. Yeah. So what would be... Rite of the Tides would be the Aqua one. So, Aqua is mana manipulation and control and buffs, yeah. Yeah, we'll go with this idea for it. So this is gonna super accelerate them, yeah. Google Docs has a pageless mode, by the way, if you don't need those little page break lines. I mean, I do know about that, yeah. I probably should, but I'm lazy. It's one of those things of I'm still not used to the page, like having this at all. I'm still used to having to write on multiple pages and then just scrolling through them and dealing with the dead space. Yeah, same, yeah. Like, it's one of those things that, like, so many people just... I feel like it's those little changes that have added in and go like, oh, well, you can just do this. And it's like, yeah, but I won't. It's like, why? Just because I'm not used to it. And this is when you sit there and go, man, now I understand why they don't, like, fucking my elders don't want to send emails. Because, like, they didn't have to do that shit before. Why'd they have to do that shit now? Probably Titlestone Artifact should be the final reward, realistically. What should be the reward of this one? There we go. So, first one is draw a card and then reduce all the cost of cards in your hand so you can get a huge acceleration on trying to get to that next stage. Stage 2 is, you get all enemy creatures. Yeah, all enemy creatures to their owner's hand. So, what River's Rebuke is, which is another spell. That's an aqua one. So, again, it's a little bit of draw, cost reduction, and control effects. And then you get a Titlestone as your final one, which just reduces the cost of everything by 1. And it's an artifact, so it can't be dealt with. It's just a permanent passive effect. Sounds really good. Yeah. Okay, so that's Aqua. Fucking... So Fire and Arcane are the two that I haven't done. Deal 10 damage to opponents, so it's probably something you're gonna do. Like, most of these are gonna be done within a single battle, right? So the first enemy is probably gonna be 10-15 health. To keep it kind of on the reasonable, easy to kill side. So if it's 10 damage to opponents, you get it pretty much guaranteed. Add Fiery Aura to your permanent deck. So it basically just gets shuffled into your deck and it stays there for the rest of the run. Well, unless you cut it later down the line, but the point is... what do I give more then? Okay, and then deal... What would be the top end for fire? So fire is damage, removal, and aggro. Honestly, I feel like giving a thing that gives all of your creatures haste, or rusher I should say, is really good. Your creatures have Russia. So you'd gain a Blazing Stone artifact for dealing... What is that, 70 damage to opponents throughout your run? So you're guaranteed to get that? Like, that's just... Of all of the ones there, that one's really easy to do. The Blood Rite for Dark is probably one of the more variable ones. Rite of Blessings, kind of easiest to do for a Holy deck. Rite of the Grove would be very naturally just occurring. Rite of the Tide's a little bit better for needing some work done, but it does accelerate itself, and so it's from its first stage to second stage. And then Ignition is just guaranteed to get done, but it's a long-term guaranteed reward. And the best part is unlike some of the other ones, that would not benefit you that much. Okay, that was fun, but I'm going to bed, so goodbye. GG, no healing, tank uninstalls. See you on next stream. Catch you later, devil. Catch you later. Probably should finish up soon myself, because I'm just gonna be like sitting here doing very quiet design logic. But yeah, so the benefit with Blazing Stone is that it doesn't stack with anything. So like True Emerald is another one where it's like that doesn't stack because that doesn't give anything other than a rule that's given to you. Same with like Echo Stone, for example. Echo Stone is cards that didn't start in your deck have Echo. It's like, well, you can't give them double Echo. They've got Echo. They're given Echo. That is it. But like Tidal Stone, your cards cost 1 less. Objectively, having 2 Tidal Stones, really good. Why? Because that means your entire cards cost 2 less instead. Having multiple Emerald Gems actually is really insane because it means you have more base mana. But Mummy's Hand is another one where it's all your creatures with 1 attack have Cursed. Cursed it's a one soft trigger thing. That's it. So Blazing Stone being a guaranteed reward feels fine because while it's a really good fucking reward, it's a reward that you're penalized because now you might run into it during the run and you're like, well, I don't want that because I'm already getting it for free. Because, so in case it was queried at all, Bloodshard, for example, the one where it's like when you take damage from your cards, rewind it and deal it to a random enemy, you could get more than one of those. And it will trigger off of itself. Like, it will keep triggering. So when you would take damage, while it does rewind it, it still will deal the additional thing. So you're not going to heal more than what you've got dealt with it, but you will deal multiple instances of damage when you take damage. There's a reason why I chose the rewind phrasing, because if I did, as it said, instead, deal damage, it would then indicate multiple instances of that artifact would not stack. Blessed Gift clearly stacks though, as when you gain health, deal 1 damage to the opponent. If I had 5 of those, I heal, if I gained health at all, then I deal 5 damage, it's very obvious. Trap Kit's one of the ones where I wonder how I'm going to do the math for that one. I'm probably going to do it multiplicative on itself. So, to explain that, Trap Kit is when you would shuffle a trap into your opponent's deck, shuffle twice that amount. So I probably will make it so if you have 2, you're shuffling 4 times the amount. Then 8 times the amount, then so on and so forth with every additional copy, because it sounds really funny. I also should mention, these rights, these are not going to be there's not going to be only 1 right per thing. There will be more than 1 right eventually. I probably might make a rule that you can't add multiple rights at the beginning. Because I should explain maybe that part as well. When you start the run, the idea is to mimic a little bit of what Hearthstone Duels had. So you will have a selection of multiple characters, and then you'll select which sub thing you want to have for them, and then you would select your treasure. Then you make your deck from cards that you have. There will be a collection, there will be enough base cards for everything to be playable, but so on and so forth. So there is a slight bit of deck building involved with it, so you can tune how your start's going to be, but you can't tune how your run's going to go. Like, you can kind of tutor certain things, but that's about it. I thought that would be an interesting way to have it, because while that is basically a rip on Hearthstone duels, that was a good system, and I thought that was very, very good. And I thought that would be interesting to achieve in a PvE setting, because just think about how, like, there is some really silly effects that could occur from that. Now, that's why I say, like, certain cards are probably not going to be obtainable via the collection, but maybe obtainable via, like, specific events in during the run. And I think that would be better. So yeah, that's why, like, I'm talking about a lot of this stuff as well, is because I just love the idea of seeing what happens with it all, and seeing how this might kind of go about. But that's why I've got certain wordings for a lot of this sort of stuff. So right here is very clearly in the keyword section, where it's just these cards have stages to complete and rewards at each stage. These retain their progress through the run, and once the final stage is completed, they are removed from your deck permanently. I might actually write in... There. So we've added a little bit more text there, which I feel is going to be important for it, which is no more than one right can be added to a deck at a time. I think that's a good way to have it. But yeah, like, pillage is a mechanic that I think is going to be interesting, because pillage is something that, like, kind of exists in stuff like Magic and all that, but, like, it's not a named mechanic like that. It's not a strict mechanic. Steal that, but yeah, pillage, steal that many cards from the bottom of the opponent's deck and add it to hand. I am being particular about the phrasing on that, with the whole, like, from the bottom of the opponent's deck, because if you get pillaged, it's not going to feel fun to see your top cards of your deck go, whereas the bottom ones, it's easier to, in your head, accept you probably weren't going to see those cards. That was something that Legends of Runeterra did with its... I think it was called Pillage on that as well. No, Pilfer. It was called Pilfer, I think. But, like, that's what they learned to do, is because they used to have it as the top cards, but because there were cards that buffed the top cards of your deck, it made it feel really shit to play into Pillage. Or into Pilfer. No, Yoink. No. No, it's something else. What is it called? I can't remember. What was it called? yeah, these are the cards I remember for it. So it's this dude. Plunder. No. Nab. Nab is what it's called. Draw a non-champion card from the bottom of the enemy deck. Yeah, I kind of miss this kind of deck, man. These decks were silly. Good old Twisted Fate, though. Can I just say, the Legends of Runeterra team were phenomenal on what they decided to do and how they designed a lot of their stuff, because it fit thematically so fucking well. Absolutely loved it. But yeah, like, the idea of this deck is, I know exactly what this one's doing. It's just, why would I play my card when I could play yours? God, that's so expensive for that card too. Jeez. Sleight of hand. Man, I wish this card was playable. Well, I mean, it probably is, but... So yeah, this is a fun one. Reading this is really weird. So it's a 3-mana slow. Plunder. So it can only use its ability when damage has been done to the enemy nexus. Draw a random non-champion card from the enemy hand. So you're drawing from their hand. It's very weird. Ye been warned. Ah. Allegiance, which you're gonna activate most of the time because you only have Bilgewater and you mainly have Bilgewater. Whoa, what the fuck happened there? That was strange. Anyway. Oh, I think we call it there for the day, and I go make some food and take a little bit of a break and then get some work done. Probably gonna realistically play a bit too much fucking TFT again this evening, because like I've been getting... I love Rome. So can I just say something about TFT that I found very, very funny? I do not look at like any of the stats online. I don't look at build guides or anything like that. Maybe occasionally I'll look at like what optimal items there are for a character, because like I look at it and I see the items in game and I'm like, it doesn't tell me enough. So I might go look at what some builds have it as. I do really well with that. Yesterday I came across an augment I've been wanting to play the entire time. So I decided to look up a guide for it. I fucking win 8th. Clearly, I didn't pilot it right, and I accept that. That is on me. However, that tells me so much about the mistake of, like, why should I bother reading guides when, like, clearly I'm more than capable of playing the game on my own and to a better ability than what I would get from a guide. And that's always been the thing, is every season I play that I don't use guides, I do the best in. But there's some seasons where I'm just so not interested that I use guides. And I do like decent-ish and I only stick a gold. So yeah, see how I go this time. But with that all being the case, thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. You're awesome, stay awesome, and I hope to see you again next time. Until then, bye-bye. You gonna work? No, wait. Ah, buttons! Buttons are scary! Come on! There we go. I mean, that kind of works. Alright. That was a scuffed ending. Don't worry about it.